I think we're live. Hi internet. Hi Twitch, hi YouTube. Welcome, welcome. It's been a while. I wanted to stream last Thursday. My ISP didn't want me to stream last Thursday. I hope it's cooperating today. We'll see. And well, after Thursday, there were a few more days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And on those days I was just either busy or tired. So here we are. Not busy, not tired. Yeah, I guess a little bit tired, but not too tired. And it is time to code again. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't fully decided yet if I... Hi Nobo, hi Korenchkin, welcome, welcome.
Ahoy.
Nice to see you. Ahoy, ahoy. How have you been? Hi Kid, congrats on being second. And hi Walker, also congrats on being second. Damn, you synced up. That is not supposed to work, but apparently it did work. You are shared second now. Congrats. Hi Shrugs, you're third. I probably have to manually edit the second now because it will have overwritten the previous one. But GG, good timing. Kidding me, of course it worked. Well played, well played. How are you everyone? I hope you're well. It's nice to see you. Let me see. I'm quickly gonna edit that and yeah, manually. How rude of you, Walker. You just pushed Kid off the second. Kid is like, I'm second, and Walker like, no, it's me. Just quickly editing the text. There, you are officially shared second now. And back to the stream overview. There we go. Nice, nice. Hi, Mr. Cat. Welcome in. He's like, ooh, we haven't streamed in a few days. Here I am. Let me show everyone what's going on. Let me see. I've made it kind of, I've coded in C++, my math problem, but just the easy version where you go down. Ah, okay, damn, the math problem. I still haven't done that. Hi, Mr. Cat. Thank you for stepping on me.
Bapanada.
Hi, Joe. Welcome in. Bapanada. What do you mean, you C++? Firstly, are you sure it isn't C? Secondly, did you figure out memory management? Memory management? What do you mean? Shatter second with me. Oh, alright. Kind of, you kid. C++, I'm sure. C++ doesn't have garbage collection, so you have to manually dispose of stuff you don't need. It's always boomgc if you really want it. Wait, what is boomgc? Or better yet, don't use C++. Fair, I guess. I guess I can do the same thing in Java, kind of. What is wrong with C++? Is there code lore? Who knows? Also, what's going on? Why do I have these notifications on my phone? That's the worst. Shut up, phone. No one loves you. There. No more horrible notifications. Thank you. You're no longer 3? No, Shrug says 3. First of all, the following problem is undecidable. Given some input source code, decide if it is a valid C++ program. Why is that undecidable? That's interesting. Shouldn't that be, well... Okay, so the way variables actually work is the value of the variable is stored somewhere in memory, and the variable is just the name for the pointer to that place in memory. Yeah. Okay, oh, yeah. We're talking about garbage collection. Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar. Makes sense. I think I've learned some coding in languages where you have to free the memory on your own. Let me quickly run an ad break, and then in 90 seconds we'll be ready for some coding. Oop, click the button. And the way most languages work is if a variable is no longer defined, both the pointer and the actual value in memory is deleted. In C++, that's not the case. It's undecidable because there's some very nasty interaction with template resolution that allows you to do compile time programming. Okay. That sounds interesting and weird. Yay, co-working indeed. Did you hear? We're co-working, Mr. Cat. That sounds like jank undo baba shit. You have to manipulate the memory that corresponds to a variable if you don't need it anymore. Unfortunately, that means you may have to evaluate arbitrary code given in the input to decide whether is a shift operator or just 2 tokens ending it. Okay. I somewhat understand. Not fully, but I guess to an extent. I actually have some ideas for day 18 part 2. For the longest time I was just completely lost and had no idea whatsoever. I think I got closer to an idea. I haven't fully fleshed it out yet, but I'm still not sure if I want to do it right now because I've spent so much time on day 18 already, and the approach that I'm thinking of will require quite a bit of doing things different. Hi Corker, thank you for the good luck with the nerd stuff. Also, how is everyone? I hope you're all well. I don't know if I said a proper hi to Joe earlier. Hi Joe, nice to see you. But yeah, nice to see everyone. Hope you're all well. Yawns. Co-yawning. Didn't hear what you said for the past 90 seconds. Nothing important. Extra lurking today, that's totally cool. Enjoy the lurks. No, I didn't say anything important. Mostly read your messages, and yeah, I somewhat understand the runtime potential problem that Korenchkin describes, but not fully. But, okay. Yeah, I'm glad that we're back to coding. So what I said mainly is that I do have some ideas. I think that was after the ad break already. I have some ideas for day 18 part 2. Didn't have it before. Let me maybe show it the next Skelly draw, but sorry, it's bright. So here we go. So what I've thought of, I've made some weird drawings here that didn't help much. Just today, really earlier today, I had kind of the idea. This here was some idea that somewhat leads almost in the right direction. I feel like, I mean, I don't know if my direction currently is the right direction, but I have some ideas. So I was thinking of something like, if you start by going right, just go right and don't do much with it, then you can go... Come on, just keep making pointers. Then you can go up and don't do much with it. Then you can go... I guess I used the keyboard for this. You can go right and not do much with it. Arbitrary amounts of distances. And the thing you would do so far would just keep track where you're going, like maybe with some indices, like start at 0, 0, go to 6, 0, go to 6, 6, for example, go to 18, 6, etc., etc. Just keep track of it. And at some point, you're either gonna go like not right or up, but down, for example. And once you go down, you start just like evaluating how far to the previous variables you've gone down, and keep track of that space pretty much. And then you have, in the end, kind of like positive and negative spaces. So something that could happen here, which makes it more complex. Maybe let's not do that right now. I mean, now we would have to go either left or right. If we go right, then that changes. If we go down again, changes our next area here. Also, we have to keep track of these intersection points here. Like, this point here is still important. So now we would mark 2 different areas for this going down part, like this part here, and then we would have this point where it kind of gets bigger to the left then, and mark that like this. And yeah, of course, one thing that could happen is that you could go back inside to something you've already measured, like go left here, which wouldn't give you, I mean, it would give you a new area. It would already give you, will it give you a new area? I guess not yet, only as soon as, because this is all the same space still, right? This is like, the question is, where do you add stuff to which space? But technically, if you were to go up here now, you still wouldn't have to count the space, I think, because what we want to remove in the end would be this space between these right here, right? That would be the negative space that we kind of want to subtract from what we have. But that's, yeah, that's the part that gets tricky, like when you have this as negative space again. And technically you could like go in there again to then remove something from the negative space. Or like, we don't know what's negative and positive yet. That depends on where things cycle back to, like on which side they cycle back. But yeah, something like this, and this down arrow would actually give you 2 things. It would not only give you the negative space, but it would also give you this space here as positive space. So things are a bit weird. But something like this I feel could work. Like you could keep track of this somehow. But I haven't fully fleshed out my idea. And somehow I feel more... no, the what's inside, what's outside problem in general I have solved. Just by using a grid and keeping track of all the places we've been to, like each step that we go, like if the first instruction was go up 6, then for all 6 steps on the way, I would place information in a matrix in each of those cells, and yeah, in the end just evaluate it. Like I've written functioning code to evaluate this matrix then. The problem is we're now at part 2, so it is still the same general problem, but the main thing that has changed is that we don't have write 6 now, but now we have things like these, like write 461,937, which makes it kind of impossible to just build a matrix with, I mean, not impossible, but not impossible in theory, but impossible in any realistic scenario. So we can't just build a matrix anymore and evaluate that matrix. That does not work. So now I had to rethink the whole idea. So yeah, what I thought was now what output are you trying to get? Again, the same as before. So, like in the first part, basically you build, in theory, in your imaginary grid, you build a loop, and you want to know how much space each thing affected by the loop. I'm calling it affected by the loop because it's not only the inside but also the border itself. So how many spaces this dugout area is covering. Exactly, internal area including borders, precisely. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, I feel like keeping track of something like this would be possible to do. I have to think about like still what a few constraints are and how I think this is like just, yeah, keeping track of things going to the right, keeping track of things going to the left, stuff like this. Somehow we can figure out how we would add and subtract stuff from each other then. I don't know if I want to do that right now. I have to think more about this. Yes. There's a few guarantees. Like, I mean, just looking at the first input, at least we assume that there's guarantees. We assume that there's also a guarantee that you won't basically get an area with, like, you would not go left 3 here, so you wouldn't cover this spot. You would always have one large area on the inside in the end. So also no one-step turns, etc. Basically an integral. Ah, yeah, basically. But for that I would have to know maths. I mean, kinda understand. I know what integrals are, but yeah. I have an idea if you would like to hear it. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Integral, you say. Yeah, I mean, basically, like, let's at least finish the drawing, maybe. You would go left here, for example. You could also go right, but let's go left. Then you would go down. Then you would go left. And then you would go up and would be done. So, yeah, it would be the... But it would be multiple integrals, right? Wouldn't it? In a way, like always when you switch directions from right to left, you would be like plus integral, negative integral, something like that. Yeah, I know. I know. I don't have to solve the integral on my own. I didn't solve day 18 part 2. I have an idea that I'm pretty sure works, but couldn't be bothered to implement it at 2 AM. Excuses. If you have a big area but simple instructions, the vast majority of those spaces will look very similar to each other. Can be chunked up. Looks like you've already figured that much out. Yeah, exactly. Like, the problem is more that the question is what can you chunk up and what can't you chunk up, but that was also one idea I had. Basically, just mark the starting point and the end point, like keep track of those. So mark this spot with coordinates and this spot with coordinates and just mark one step in between as like 567,000 or something. But there's of course a chance that something happens here, like in the middle of it, which would mean that at that point we have to figure out again where in the center like something happened, which we do get from this side. So technically it would still give us more than enough information if I kept track of that. But then evaluating that information would still be not completely trivial. Like if this was shorter and this was shorter. So yeah, then we would still have to do something with like a middle cell here. So yeah. But yeah, that's something I've been thinking about, just couldn't come up with a super smart idea. Let me see. So the information you do need is just the corners and edges. You can still have a grid, and as long as you keep track of what actual position a row column represents, you don't need any of the columns in between. Yeah. And so if you have a path that makes a rectangle 10,000 units wide by 20,000 units tall, you don't need... Yeah, of course, you need 4. Yeah, exactly, that's what I was thinking about. As long as you have a rectangle, of course it's simple, because then you really just... have I written that down on this piece of cardboard that I still have lying around? Let me check. Here's my wonderful piece of cardboard. Re-emerging from the void. Yeah, I guess it kinda... So this is what I was drawing stuff on earlier. So the first thing was just this super simple rectangle. First I did up 5, then I changed it to up 6. Up 6, right 7, down 6, left 7, which kind of makes this structure here, that here. And that of course is easy to calculate. That's 7 times 8 in the end, which is 56, super simple to calculate. And I marked it here, kind of the information that you said. Basically mark the endpoints with X's and mark the distances in between, 5, 5, 6, 6, and that should give you all the information. So that idea I had, but I still couldn't quite figure out if you don't have rectangles, how it happens. 8 times 7 is... Yeah, it's 56 indeed, right? So the problem, of course, is when you don't have just like... that doesn't sound right? that doesn't sound right. Well, I don't know. You're the maths expert. So yeah, just like when there's overlap on things, I couldn't quite figure out how to work with the in-between information, so I tried to just like rather work with, or like I wrote down the indices here as well. Start at 0, 0, go to 6, 0, go to 6, 7, go to 0, 7, go to 0, 0. But then I made this funny drawing right here, which is close to what I did right now in Xscaly Draw, which I was thinking, okay, that this is getting a bit more complex if you have all this overlap. And basically, if you just write down for the first thing 0, 0 to 6, 0, then there's still the possibility that something happens on like the in-between space, like on height, well, x, so distance 3, for example. So I don't know, I couldn't quite get there yet. I feel like the current idea of just like calculating the rectangles always as soon as there's enough space enclosed to calculate one rectangle, and then having like, I'm gonna call them inside and outside rectangles. We won't know until we close the loop what is inside and what is outside, but it also doesn't make a difference. We can just, as long as we keep track of which rectangles are on one side and which rectangles are on another side, we can just subtract them from each other and just like build the absolute value, which should always give the same result, right? Or should it? I don't know, but in the end we just have 2 possible results, which I'm also willing to just try both in the end. Although one result would be negative and one would be not, so that would also make the choice very simple. So yeah, So yeah, I have been thinking in this direction. Just today I finally came up with some decent approaches, which I'm quite happy about, but also I'm quite exhausted by this coding challenge. Not the advent of code in general, just this particular one. And somehow I feel like just going into day 19 for now. But thanks for the input. Looking at me, a mathematician, thinking 8 times 8 should be 48. I mean, would also be nice. Once you know unique x values of corners and all unique y values of corners, you're guaranteed every corner will hit one of those cells, and you can calculate the area between them. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely more than enough information, just like having the corner spots. Just the question how you calculate the area between them is, yeah, for me at least, not completely trivial at that point. Like, what exactly would the code to calculate that look like? That's the point. That's what I was trying to figure out by writing this down, just writing down the coordinates, which is like, yeah, this minimal approach that I made here, just 006067, and trying to think, yeah, what do I need then? But that's exactly what I want to do in the end. Like, for this image, I need this information, and then the question is, at what point, when something changes, at what point can we start calculating imaginary rectangles, because our whole thing is not gonna be it's just a rectangle. I mean, you will have more than 4 turns. It will not just be like up, right, down, left. It will be like up, right, down, not down, down, right, down, left, down, right, not right, down, right a lot, up, and going around and stuff like that. So it's a bunch of rectangles, kinda, and you have to figure out at what point you calculate like smaller or bigger rectangles and on what side they are, right? I guess. 2 adjacent cells will never get split up because that would require a corner in between them. Yeah, they don't get split up, but let me show you an Excali draw. So if you start by, let me see. So if you start by going up like this and have these 2 spots, and then you have this here, then of course technically you can already calculate a rectangle, which would be this right here. But this whole space is not necessarily relevant in the end if you go down here now and not go as far down as you went up before, and then go left and then go down, then you would have to calculate this rectangle, right, to subtract again, which makes sense. So that is kind of the direction I was going in. Just you won't have to calculate this rectangle again.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Oh, I'm not showing right now. That's true. Here. So this is what I was drawing right now. I can rewind. So yeah, as soon as you go up and right, thanks Korenchkin, up and right, you can calculate this whole rectangle. And then you go down, which would allow you to calculate this rectangle again, because you went right and down here. So do we calculate it then? And then you could go not all the way down, but you would... what am I doing? No. Yeah. Yeah, you could then go down here and do we now calculate this rectangle here? And if so, what do we do with it? Do we need that right now? Or should we just start calculating the rectangle at this point? At what point do we start calculating the rectangles? And then if we go left, we can calculate yet another rectangle, which is this one. Do we calculate that as well? And what do we do with it? So that's kind of the question. You can always calculate a rectangle between 2 thingies easily. But still the question remains, what do you do with the rectangle at what point in time, and do you calculate them all? And then, yeah, that's just what I mean. But yeah, between two vectors you can always kind of imply a rectangle. Yeah, of course, I would assign arbitrary x and y coordinates for sure. So then definitely you can calculate the distances, and by having the distances you can calculate all these rectangles, which probably, yeah, will be exactly what you need to know what is going on. But honestly, at this point, I wouldn't know which parts now are part of the final area and which aren't. That's kind of the thing. And by which metric do we decide that? So that's kind of what I was still wondering about. Because also the overlap, we have like 2 overlapping here, 2 overlapping here, but we have 3 overlapping here and 2 overlapping here. So the overlap isn't what makes something inside or outside or relevant or not relevant. So that's kind of where things are a bit unclear, but... you have a rectangle with rectangular indent from the side, that can be 6 rectangles where 5 are filled and 1 is empty. Yeah, of course, like you can, that's exactly what I was getting at with this drawing right here, that this would then remove kind of a rectangle space from what you already have. So you would have these 3 rectangles, and then you have this rectangle in between here that would remove space that you've already calculated. So the idea is in general the same, I think, but it's definitely smart to work with these rectangles. But the question is still like, how do you decide which rectangle, like at what point a rectangle gets calculated, and then also at what point a rectangle is put on one side or the other? Like, is it a positive or a negative rectangle, so to speak? That's just the details. But yeah, I feel like with this approach I could definitely figure it out, but it would take a while, and I think I just want to go into day 19. Because yes, like if you had like something going in here and something going down here, like that's the easiest case. If you like go exactly a certain amount in and then exactly the same amount out at some point, yeah, then you just subtract this small rectangle from the whole thing. It's a bit more complex actually if you just have this rectangle to start things off and then go in here again. And like visually, like if you look at it, it's easy to determine, but since you have to kind of like decide it while doing it without visually evaluating the situation, like of course here I can say, okay, I have this large rectangle, and then I remove basically I remove this large rectangle with, again, from the negative rectangle, this part removed. So it's kind of like a 3-step process then. You could also say you remove this rectangle and this rectangle and this rectangle, but since I don't know, that seems, I like the idea of removing this large rectangle with this rectangle removed a bit more. Or just remove the whole thing and re-add this thing. I don't know what the best approach would be, but many different things would lead to the same result, but the question is just which approach do you take and which approach is overall consistent. So yeah, I know it's a, yeah, of course. 3 times 3 grid, I can see that. Like, whoops. Yeah, that would be my grid, and these are not filled. Yeah, I understand all these approaches. Like that's all clear. That's like pretty much exactly the approach the path I've been on. But still, the details kind of are annoying. So. As soon as you start grouping those cells together, it's going to get infinitely more complex. What do you mean by grouping them together? I'm not sure if that's true. Because you still have to figure out which ones are filled and which ones aren't. And I feel like the logic behind that is, even if you think of it as a grid, not completely trivial. Like, just because I know it's a grid, I won't know... Because I could get to the same grid with a different structure. Right? Like, I could have something like... going out here again. I mean, not entirely the same, but pretty close anyway. Damn. Yeah, I mean, this is a different grid then, so I don't know, maybe it is, because you won't get on the same spot here. At least if we consider our constraints that we thought of true earlier. So yeah, there would be some distance here, and you would have actually a 4x4 grid then, because there would be like this one tiny thing in between here. I still think it's like, that's the difficult part for me. It's more like figuring out which parts we consider inside and outside, and simple flood fill algorithm. Nah, I don't know if I gotta wrap up a couple of work things and then go home. All right, but thanks for the input, Corker. I appreciate it. I have never used the flood fill algorithm, so I don't even know if I would be able to do that. But maybe I'll look it up. I don't know. Okay, the music doesn't want to play anymore. Boop. Yes. All right. Trying to get through the messages, but the auto scroll is preventing me from doing so. I feel that's so much. There was always at least one of the days that seemed to require an inordinate amount of effort to implement. I didn't try this year. Yeah. I definitely noticed a difference in the amount of effort these take. Regarding my family tree problem, we said that everything would repeat after 30 because it's the common multiple of all three of the numbers 2, 3, and 5. But I've been messing around with the numbers, and by changing the 5 with the 7, and the common multiple is 42. But if I was looking at it and it repeats after 42, so 84, 42 as a path, this what? I don't understand, but I guess I should look at the problem first. Passes over the input, maybe. Okay, first figure out what your grid looks like. Okay, yeah. Also the grid approach makes sense. Second, to actually build the rectangles. Yeah, I feel like there's, as I said, I feel like with the ideas I have now, I would definitely be able to find a result, find a solution. But somehow I still don't feel like doing it right now. It kind of makes me happy to know that I'm pretty sure I could do it with this approach that I have so far. Like, I'm optimistic that I would be able to solve it, but I feel like my priority for now is not doing that. I mean, I can still do it at the end if I feel like 100%ing this. Just figuring out an idea that seems to be reasonable and seems to be leading to a solution is kind of satisfying for me right now. And I think I've done that with this approach here. Maybe I would have ended up at the grid thing as well at some point. Floodfill is easy. Just pick any point and always propagate to adjacent 3 points. Yeah, okay. Once there's no more 3 points, you know what's on which side. Okay, but then, yeah, okay. Makes sense. Sorry, just have to close my door real quick. Yeah, Floodfill, it makes sense. Yeah, if I have a limit to my grid, which I would have, like a 0, 0 coordinate in an arbitrary position, just like set the lowest values, like the left southernmost thing to 0, 0 and everything else accordingly. And then the top rightmost to whatever that is, and just make that my grid, and then, yeah, just start filling everything according to that logic. Makes sense. I think I understand. Symbol in algorithms is relative term to distinguish it from other algorithms of the same nature. Yeah. More of a name than an adjective. Yeah, I get it. Like complexity, for example. Something can have a low computational complexity and still be difficult to understand, for example. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna try to solve this at some point. But not right now. I'll have my notes, and I'm glad I got an approach. But now I'm curious what the next days have for us. So let's see, what does day 19 want from us? It's extremely cool looking, I already see that, so that's neat. Gonna zoom in a little bit so that it's viewable better on stream. Day 19, aplenty. The elves of Gear Island are thankful for your help and send you on your way. They even have a hang glider that someone stole from Desert Island. Stole? Ah, on day 9 apparently. They even have a hang glider that someone stole from Desert Island. Since you're already going that direction, it would help them a lot if you would use it to get down there and return it to them. As you reach the bottom of the relentless avalanche of machine parts, you discover that they're already forming a formidable heap. Don't worry though, a group of elves is already here organizing the parts, and they have a system. To start, each part is rated in each of 4 categories. X, extremely cool looking. M, musical, it makes a noise when you hit it. A, aerodynamic, and S for shiny. Then each part is sent through a series of workflows that will ultimately accept or reject the part. Each workflow has a name and contains a list of rules. Each rule specifies a condition and where to send the part if the condition is true. The first rule that matches the part being considered is applied immediately, and the part moves on to the destination described by the rule. The last rule in each workflow has no condition and always applies if reached. Consider the workflow EX, X larger 10, 1, M smaller 22, A larger 30, R, A. This workflow is named X and contains 4 rules. If workflow X were considering a specific part, it would perform the following steps in order. Ugh, I'm just reading for now, I'm not comprehending it all, but we'll see. Rule X larger 10, colon 10, 1. If the part's X is more than 10, send the part to the workflow named 1. Rule M smaller 20, colon 2. Otherwise, if the part's, okay, so it's else. If the part's M is less than 20, send the part to the workflow named 2. If the part's A is more than 30, the part is immediately rejected, R. Otherwise, because no other rule matched the part is immediately accepted. If a part is sent to another workflow, it immediately switches to the start of that workflow instead and never returns. If a part is accepted, sent to A, or rejected, sent to R, the part immediately stops any further processing. The system works, but it's not keeping up with the torrent of weird metal shapes. The elves ask if you can help sort a few parts and give you the list of workflows and some part rating. Your puzzle input, for example. Here are the part ratings. Okay. The workflows are listed first, followed by a blank line, then the ratings of the parts the elves would like you to sort. All parts begin in the workflow named in. Okay, in this example, the 5 listed parts go through the following workflows. Okay, I think I understand the theory. Ultimately, 3 parts are accepted. Adding up the X, M, A, and S rating for each of the accepted parts gives a lot. And the part with... for the part with... okay. Adding all of the ratings gives a total sum of 19,114. Sort through all of the parts you've been given. What do you get if you add together all of the rating numbers for all of the parts that ultimately get accepted? Okay. Hi, Eve. Nice seeing you. Quick hi and bye, because I need to sleep. Good night, Eve. Rest well. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. I appreciate it. Sorry, took me a moment to see that. I was still reading the text here. But thanks for coming in. Also, hi Nineberry. Welcome, welcome. Day 19 was similar to day 20, and day 20 was the hardest day by far. Ooh, exciting. Damn, now I wonder if I missed Eve. I hope you still heard me say goodnight. Okay, I think we can do this. Yay! Good night, Eve. Thank you for not letting me worry. Okay, let's create a day 19 file. Let's create an input data for day 19 file. Yeah, pressed the wrong button. There we go. All right. Probably should also go into my day 18 and remove this, just so I don't get confused later by wrong input data. Okay, remove those. Remove this, remove all of this, and paste in the sample data. Boop. And boop. Okay. I think we don't want to map it right away. We're not gonna call it dig data, but we're gonna call it part data. Good enough. We don't need directions anymore. Hey, deleting it all. This should just give us oh, wait, what? Oh, I didn't save. That explains a lot. There we go. What do we have? Apparently we have this because I'm not using the correct input data. That seems a bit better. Okay, but we are... okay. So what if we do this? What are the pluses? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. Nice. Good start then. Instructions and parts. That's nice names. Okay. I mean, we can refine this still. Maybe we do keep it at instruction data and part data and then derive the instructions and parts from it. That seems reasonable. Okay, but we want to end up with those. So This should give us an array of the different lines, right? Or it just doesn't work like that because I'm confused. Maybe because we can't use the split on something that is already split. Okay, wait, is this just one line of code? I think this is just like one line of Wait, console log to console log, that's stupid. That's the first thing that's stupid. Part is not defined. Oh. Mm-hmm. Interesting. What did I do right before? I'm not even sure. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's just one long string. That is exactly the problem. So why doesn't split work? Shouldn't split work? Huh, now it's okay with that. I don't know what I did before. Okay, that looks much better. Cool. I have no idea. I thought I did just that before. Well, fair enough. Apparently I didn't. Okay, that gives us that much. Now we would like to actually get these values out of it, I think. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense for our instruction data? No, for instruction data that doesn't make sense. For our parts data, however, it does. Although No, now we have to do that for every single one of them, right? So that would be more of a mapping thing. Okay, maybe we just do it differently then. Does this make sense what I'm doing right now? I think we just do it like this, right? Let me see what we get here. Part is of course. Always forget. Yay! Okay, that much works. But okay, now we still need to. Okay, that's what we start with. Do I even have to do this? Can't I just do... Nope, that doesn't change anything in there. Okay. I mean, good so far, but... Okay, this looks decent. Ha! I'm a genius! Alright. That is exactly what I want. I have just the values in there now, so I don't have to worry about the other stuff, like I can just read out the numbers. Actually, one thing I have forgotten. Now it should be nice. Yeah! Numbers! Cool! That's a nice array for my parts. Now let's do something similar. I have removed Xmas. Oh no! God damn it. Thanks for pointing it out though. I was oblivious. Yeah, sorry for that. I've sliced it off. Well. Okay. Now let's see about the instructions. What do we do with those? Okay, we have the name of the instruction. Okay. Let's see what we do with this. Mapping seems good. Okay, now what do we do with these instructions before we push them? First, I think we can slice off the end. Oh. How do we... I just want the last thing cut off. Not everything, but the last thing. This is where we start. Yeah, that's the problem. We start with the slicing at do we just go -1, -1? Is that gonna... Nah. That doesn't do the trick. Wait. Am I confusion? I think I'm confusion. Just this. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Brain fart. Okay. I just forgot how slice works. So that's how we start. What else do we do with this though? We do something like this. Does split work like this? Apparently I'm doing something wrong. Oh, it's... Oh. Something weird happened. Why does it take out the zeros? For example. It's mainly the zeros. Just do this. Okay, that looks better. What if we just do this? It also looks okay. I guess split doesn't work like that. Well, I can always split it twice, right? Can I? Not really. Well, let's look at some documentation. Maybe we need to draw again later. Split. Seems like we have to use regex for that. Okay. Key. This not really right. There's something wrong here. Oh, no, that seems to work. Okay, cool. I really have to learn some regex. That seems very helpful. Okay, thing is, I would technically like to have this here in a kind of different thingy. Like, this is a lot of information for just one string to handle. So I definitely have to have a parser for that. Maybe I just write a function to like dissect this here. That seems reasonable. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Then we kind of have what we need. Unless we have to write a instruction parse, and so what we get is instruction string and stop with the okay, but I need still the smaller, greater. That's important. It's always the first symbol, right? So we can just do like work with that instead. Yeah, I think actually that's probably fairly smart. Just gonna call it type. Not really. Type's probably bad. What was it called here? This was like the extremely cool looking, shiny, etc. Quality. Okay. Let me look at the actual input data we're going to get later to not make any stupid mistakes. But, I mean, yeah, this still makes sense. Okay. Alright, that's my... Either it's gonna be greater or smaller. Right, this would be 2, right? Like starting at number 2. Yeah, this is better. And split at colon and take the value, and then we have the destination, which is the same thing, but the 1. Okay, let's see. Just some arbitrary ones. Hi, Plumpy. Oop-de-doop. Yeah, that seems to work. Nice. Okay. Seems like we can work with this. But we probably want to return all this, so... There. Just check if this still works. Nope, it doesn't. Doing something wrong. Oh. There. Yeah, perfect. Nice. Okay. Oof. All right, I think we're set. We got what we need to work with this. Probably though we want the value to be a number. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's nicer. Okay. Now we want to actually work with all this and keep track of some values and such. So still, setup is done. Setup done is good. So everything begins at in. Maybe we should identify where we start so that we don't have to search all of them every time. Haven't written for loop in a while. think this looks right. Okay, so... Oh, we probably don't want it to be a constant. Okay. Come on, keep playing. Yes, thank you. Whoops. Sorry that I'm kind of ignoring chat, but it seems like you're discussing the ancestor problem thing, right? So I probably can't contribute much. But I hope you'll figure it out. Sounds interesting for sure. Okay. So... Whoops. X is not defined. What do you mean? Oh, of course. There. Does that look right? Yes, that does indeed look right. Okay. So, yeah, I think we can work with this. Now we have to go through all the parts, right? So, or part of. We do stuff. I think we want to write a function that might call itself in a way, like, yeah, a function in which we throw in the part and the instruction that we're using right now, right? I think that sounds good. So follow instruction or a part and an instruction. That seems good. We just have to write that little function. Follow instruction. So, okay. Now I have to look again at the logic a little bit. So Okay. So... let me see. Let's just write this for the first instruction for now. So, I'll just console log for now. And then I'll think about what to do with the stuff that I see in front of my eyes. That seems good. Part we have, instruction we don't have, although we can technically set that before we go into this loop, right? Could actually parse it already. Just do this here. Okay. Damn, something is wrong. You might want to make it a function. Yeah. Nice. Okay, cool. So we have our XMAS values, and here we have our first instruction. Okay, we don't want... no, we need all the instructions, and this is just giving me the first instruction. So that is not quite good enough. And we might not want to parse it yet. I mean, it's enough to start, but it's not enough in general. So... yeah, okay. For all the parts, we list the whole information that is in our in, which is just one instruction, but still. So... okay. But we do want to consider the case that we have more than one instruction. So... let's start at 1. Do it while x is smaller than instruction.length -1. We go x++. And then we do... this will not change anything in our output, I hope, because it should still be just the one instruction. Yeah, I mean, it changes something in our output because we don't get these parts anymore, which is good. Because now we can actually do the instruction parse on this. And yeah, there we go. All right. That seems good. We're going through the right things. So... wait, something is still wrong. is still wrong. Is there something wrong? No. Fine. Okay. So now I'll console log again because I already forgot. Okay. Okay, we have to have a little translator here. How did we do that on day 18 with the directions? Oh, here. Yeah, okay, here it is. Just four things. There we go. Nice. Although we still need to read this out properly. Because this is still not going to give us, this is not going to be considered a 4 now, or a 3. So I wonder if this even helps, or if I have to write a function or something. I mean, I could just write a case of thingy. I mean, we could just write the inner logic for now. Need to learn how to do things more efficiently. I know what I want to do, but I don't quite know how to do it. So yeah, we definitely want to distinguish between these two cases. Oop, is my stream struggling? I have a few, not many dropped frames. Something on, like, YouTube is complaining. I don't know, seems fine, I guess. Okay, so we check if it's like a smaller instruction or a larger instruction. So in this case, if this 3 has to change in the end, because we need to get this from, if it's an X, an S, or whatever, an M or an A. But that's okay. Let's just go with that for now. Okay. Oops. Do we have any... This should... True, right? Okay, so what's going on? Why is it not doing that? Like here it should qualify, right? This is smaller than this, so... Ow! Rude. Thank you, though. Good job. Oh, hi, kid. Is this a no spoils? It is. Part 3, current instructions. So technically... Ah, here we go. This time it did it. Maybe I just didn't save before. Okay, that's alright then. Seems like we're getting the right commands. Hi, Chrono. Welcome, welcome. You're done with work, right, kid? GG on finishing work. How are you, Chrono? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Oh, but if you mean no spoils regarding what Shrugs and Nobu are talking about, this is unrelated. Like, Shrugs and Nobu are talking about a different problem, so that's fine. Doing chores before more work. No, not more work. Also, ugh, let me hydrate. It's been a while. Brain is going tired. Yeah, no, thank you, kid. Okay, so this is kind of working, but yeah, we have to not always take part 3. That's one issue. And also we have to consider the case that none of like this comparison is not true. In that case, we need to get the next instruction, right? So, I mean, we do with this, right? But then we have to have a break in there as well. So, if we just add a break in here, will it break the for loop? That's what it's supposed to do, right? I think so. Because then we don't want to follow up with the next instructions. I mean, we only have one right now. But actually, we could just see if we change this up a little bit. The in instruction, just to get things a bit more fancy. Better test data. Let's just have it be true every time by having this be larger. 1350. Yeah, for the ones where we go to A, it's running it twice. For everything else, it's running it once. Although, why do we have the... Why is this here? This shouldn't be here, right? So it's not running only once. It's running the later instructions as well. That's not good. I wanted to break the for loop. Okay, so it's not breaking the for loop. Instead of a for loop, we could use a recursion, but... Yeah, why is this not... Oh, now it is. Did I not save again? I think I just didn't save again. Okay, yeah, this looks better. I think I just forgot to save. Breaking is working. Cool. Okay, cool. It's 1 AM here. Yep, here as well. At least it's not American Coke. Exactly. Says Hydrate Drinks Coke. Yeah, I know. Sorry. You're right. It's a combined re-energize and hydrate. It's the perfect hydrate. Yeah, I know. Still needed to get some liquids in, even if it's contaminated with loads of sugar. Hi again, Joe. Welcome back. So it seems to be working so far, kinda as intended. Let's just write a function for evaluating evaluating this nonsense here. Xmax? Xmax. this not work? Did I write these things? I mean, I guess we could. Okay, I mean, that works. Don't know if that's the most elegant way of doing it, but it should work. Wait, should it work? That's better. And we return the int. Okay. Good enough. I just call it Xmas again, so that we can celebrate the beauty of the Xmas. It is based on current instruction. Current instruction 0, okay. No! X is not defined. Ah. Smart. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Let me see. Started playing Haiku the Robot today. How is it? How are you liking it? I want to play it. I need to play more games, but I just need to stream more overall. Today I felt like I kind of want to finish Talos. Well, not finish, but get closer to finishing Talos. But I also want to code. I have to, like, I had some ideas for the previous challenge and I wanted to share. And now I'm kind of happy that we're doing a new challenge. So, we're actually still comparing the right thing. That's nice. Cool. Okay. Seems to work so far. We're going through all the instructions. But the thing is, we don't just want to console log this, but we actually want to find out what the next instruction is. So, can't you just like Ah, nice. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, that's good. Do I need this? Do we have access to the instructions anyway? Do we even need this? I don't think we need this. This is fine, probably, if we just like write it in there. I was probably gonna make it more complicated than it needs to be.
Bapanada.
Bapanada. Let me see, did I miss something? It's cool so far. I battled a boss and won on the 3rd try. GG. Well played. Are you gonna stream it as well on your Discord maybe? I don't know if you've streamed on your Discord recently. I've been like kind of busy and super distracted the last couple of days. But whenever I noticed, it was fun just hanging out and lurking and watching you play something. Most of the time I was just lurking on the couch and watching a little bit and listening. So it would be nice to watch you play Haiku the Robot. I think I'm okay with watching a little bit of gameplay for that, even though I want to play it myself. Okay, so what if we don't do next instruction, but rather instructions dot filter, and now should that do it? The thing is, we will not find anything for the A's, but that's okay for now. Okay, we're finding the next one, which is the PX. Or we find the nothing if it's like, yeah, that seems good. Yep, we're getting forwarded to the PX instruction. Nice, that's good. Find the right instruction. I love it. Cool. I'm gonna open my door and let Mr. Cat in, because he's knocking. What is Rake not missing? I know. Probably not going to stream. I've been playing it on the Steam Deck. Ooh, nice. But how are you enjoying the Steam Deck overall? Hope it's fun. If I do end up streaming stuff on Discord, it'll be Portal 2 or Celeste probably. Oh yeah, nice. But I'm also very much up to watching that. I mean, those I've both played, so definitely no harm in watching that. Alright, we're making progress here. I like that. It's slow progress, but it's progress. Things just take a while still, but I'm getting a bit better at things, using more functions and things to make things a bit easier. Okay, we find the next instruction. So basically that means we can follow instruction for the next instruction. One thing is like, okay, we have the A is accepted and R is rejected, right? So we need something to consider that. Something like if next inst equals A, that's the most important part. We do something. Console log yay, that's what we do. Or rejected. Oh no. Or we just hi Plompy. He's sitting on all the stuff again. Whatever, I'll manage. I'm crowded by two cats here, Mr. Cat and Plompy. Steam Deck is really nice. I don't have to worry about getting my laptop out and then packed away the next day for work. I can just put it out and start gaming. The laptop can sleep in the bag until the next work day, unless I play Minecraft. Yeah, I've enjoyed the Steam Deck a lot when I was still working in the hotel, like in my night shifts. I've usually still like used it to set up a desktop kind of thing. Good night, Nobo. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you made progress. Sorry, I didn't follow it too closely, but thanks for being here, and get some good rest. See you soon. Good night to you too. Tomorrow's important exam. Damn, I didn't even read that. Yeah, good luck on that. Good luck. Yeah, I always set up I put my Steam Deck at work like on a dock and pulled out a monitor that was still sitting at work, and my keyboard and mouse, and had just the full desktop setup even. But it was still just very convenient, like to just like have this tidy little box and throw it in my backpack and just take it to work, and yeah, it was nice. Very, very nice for that. Okay, otherwise, if it's not one of these, what we do is, instead of console logging this, we actually do follow instructions with this. Follow instruction with this. Oh, I did the else wrong. Here. And we need one more thing. We need the part in here as well. The part stays the same. And we want to keep listening to the music. There we go. Okay. Seems okay. Let's see if that actually works. Would be cool. But we kind of need to change. Do we need to change things? Just added this here so we would accept more, but that's okay. Okay, we just get the instant yays for the most part. We do follow something. No, we don't follow something here. So something is not quite right with my follow instruction thing here. I assume. Ah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's always gonna find one of these, either accept or... although we would need to follow this, right? Right, I think so. Let's remove this accepted thing. Okay. Tiki. Da, 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 da. Why is it not working? Like, it should technically go in here with the next instruction, right? Which is the PX instruction. You're rioting again, Kiki. She's about to riot and throw stuff on the ground. Oops. There we have it. There we have our next instruction. Technically. Because it's an array and that doesn't make much sense, right? What we want in here, so this is an array of something, so maybe we want So that's probably why things are just not working on the next instance. That seems better. Maybe? Does it seem better? No, now I've taken off too much. Okay. Now it's just the PX. That's also not good. Ah, there we go. Wonderful. I mean, we're not quite there apparently because we're not getting to any yays, which we should technically do at some point, right? Ah, I haven't like the default next location. I haven't considered that, right? That's also a thing. Is that a thing? Yeah, that is a thing. The last thing is, yeah, if nothing fits, then you have to follow this. Okay, yeah. Didn't implement that yet. Makes sense. Makes sense. Hi, Tigi. You hungry? Should I feed you? Yes? Alright. Yeah, that's the one thing. So we still have to consider the last default option. Last thing in the array, or in the string, or in the whatever, in the instruction for sure. Right? Right. Good cat. I think I need to feed them. Otherwise I'm gonna get attacked. So I'll be right back. I'll leave you with the music and this wonderful, well, not even code, wonderful instruction thingy. And first get my headphone cable out of the way. There we go. Too much cable. Alright. We'll be right back, and I think pretty close to solving day 19 part 1. Pretty close. Right, I'm back, and I've brought some actual hydration. Yeah. Let's figure this out. We still need to consider the emergency option at the end. So we actually need to not only go to length -1, but to go to length. Oh, but that's the... Oh. Then we might have to go to... I'm confused. I know, this is... yeah. Exactly. Okay. So this is for those... Okay. That should just be that single destination then, right? I think so. Otherwise all this happens. Wait, not... What? Oh, okay. That's... Okay, I did that in the wrong thing. Wanted to have this. This here is what I mean. Yeah, we have to have this in the... okay, so... Yeah, I guess... we don't even need to do anything here. Like, if that's the case, then... Yeah, then... we just know that the... next inst is gonna be this. Okay, that makes sense. Oops. Else we have to do all of this, I think. Although Guess that makes sense then. But we have to do a bit more here. So we know that part. And then we do same thing as here, right? Pretty much except for this here. But messed something up. Seems better. Yeah, we don't need this here. Okay. Does this work? I mean, it's running. That's a start. We're not logging many yays. Not any, actually. That's not ideal. Ah, wait, I did not do the next one correctly. Next inst, but I still have to get the next one. Yeah, actually I needed this part here. Don't know why I thought I didn't. Although, am I ever console logging that? Also no, right? But that might be no. But then we're never getting there anyway. Oof, okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Ah, no, but we console logging the next one anyway. That makes a lot of sense then. Okay. This should help then. Hopefully. Ah, okay. But something happened. Here. Huh. We get some more oh no's, and we get at least one yay. It's not enough, but we get 2 yays. That's something. Okay. Why are we only getting 2? I thought it was more than 2, right? Let's see if it's more than 2. Oh no, it's 2. 2 yays. 2 yays is all we need. Oh no, 3 pots are accepted. Damn, why? Why? Okay, well anyway, we get a few yays. Just want to know which ones are successful and which ones fail. Also, I probably want to rewrite this here so that it's consistent. That might be smart. Oh yeah, I've not finished this part even. That's probably the reason why we don't get as much as we need. Hope this is the same now. Should just put this in a function, but whatever. Okay, do we get enough yays now? Yeah, we get a third yay. Index 1 is successful. Index 2 is successful, and index 3 is successful. So those are the correct ones. Wait, is the X even the thing I need to... no, that's like... Yeah, okay, I'm console logging the wrong thing. But that's okay. Hi Gordita, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are these numbers treating you? They're treating me all right. We have decided, like I've given day 18 some thought. It was mostly thinking how we could solve it, day 18 part 2. And I think I've come up with the way that I could eventually use to solve it, but it would be quite a lot of work and I was kind of done thinking about it. So I decided to skip day 18 part 2, the practical part. And now we're in day 19 and we're consistently making progress, but it's just part 1, so we'll see how things go. I mean, all that's left for us right now, I think, is just a scoring function. So that should be doable, right? Right. Yeah, console logging the X didn't do much for us. Also, writing this code 3 times is not the smartest idea. But yeah, we're learning, we're making progress. How are you, Gordita? I hope you're well. It's very, very nice to see you. Yeah, I don't think I can track that easily, so it's fine. We'll just believe that we found the right ones. Right. Right. So what we need to do is somehow keep track of the score. 3 parts are accepted, adding up the X, MA, and S rating for each of the accepted parts gives... Okay, we just need to see what the accepted parts have as total sums, right? So that's our yay cases. We might be almost done with part 1, I hope. I think. We just need to implement a little scoring function. I think we can just do something like this. Probably. Hopefully. Do I need to put brackets? I don't think so, right? Should be smart enough to... Yeah, okay, it's smart enough. Alright, and that in all the 3 yay cases. Here and here. Okay, let's see and console log the score at the end. That looks correct. 19,114. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yay! It's working! All good, but I'm emotionally ready to start playing Talos 2 off stream so I can get all the achievements. Why all good but? Is that a bad thing? I think that's a good thing, isn't it? Like, sounds like a good thing to be emotionally ready for the achievement hunt. Yeah, I still have to finish Talos 2. Today I was like, what do I do? Do I play Talos? Do I code? But I was like, yeah, I kind of need to make progress on this coding. You should take a break from Talos. You still have enough time to take a break from Talos. Without any spoilers, if possible, what is your final verdict about Talos 2? Are you satisfied? I haven't seen the end yet, so... the music is Octopath Traveler. I haven't played Octopath Traveler. But, yeah, it's an RPG. I don't know if I would like it, because it's a turn-based RPG, which I find somewhat tedious most of the time these days. It seems like a really cool game, though, in general, like story-focused, etc. And the music is really nice, yeah. Hi, Zach. Thanks for the lurk. Welcome, welcome. So it's like a classical JRPG from what I understand. I love the story and I am satisfied and eager for Talos 3. Oh yeah. I mean, story-wise and just like writing-wise, I also really, really like Talos 2. Puzzle-wise, I still feel like there was a few things that I think Talos 1 did better. But, I mean, the story is one of the most important aspects for me, so I'm glad they got that right. Sorry, cat meowing in the hallway, slightly distracting. Also, I'm before Talos 3, I'm ready for Talos 2 DLC. Like, right? We got Road to Gehenna. We can get DLC for Talos 2 as well. Because Talos 3 seems like so far away. Okay, our test data gave us a result. So let's try the actual data. Seems like our code. Come on, just mark it all. Seems like our code is doing what our code is supposed to do. It's not very elegant, but it's working. So let's go, I guess. I hope this is gonna work. Yay, it worked. It calculated something. Let's see. Is it correct? That's the question. 342,650. Yes! First try! Always nice when the code is coding. Yes, yes. One gold star closer to restoring snow operations. I mean... still an okay time for snow. Yagigi, thank you. Thank you. It's always also nice when the code is doing the correct coding. Made some progress on 3B, got to the second subchapter. GG on that. Like, chapter 3 is always a struggle. Regardless of A, B, or C. It surprisingly does feel better than 3A. I think I had a similar experience, yeah. I think it's also just like 3A in general can just be, I feel like, overwhelming at that point in time. Yeah, exactly. But that's the point. Like, I feel like 3A comes at a time where things are just like all so new, and then you have all these moving parts that you have to keep track of, which is quite difficult. But at the time you make it to 3B, you kind of got used to how everything works. So it's much easier to focus on things that are not just you doing the right inputs. I mean, of course, you always have to focus on that, but just like the basics, you kind of get like muscle memory and don't have to consciously think about many basic things anymore. So I feel like at at the time you make it to 3B, it's just easier to spread your attention a bit, which is definitely needed there. So yeah, but GG on that. Okay, what's part 2? Even with your help, the sorting process still isn't fast enough. One of the elves comes up with a new plan. Rather than sort parts individually through all of these workflows, maybe you can figure out in advance which combinations of ratings will be accepted or rejected. Each of the 4 ratings, XMAS, can have an integer value ranging from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 4,000. Meow. Of all possible distinct combinations of ratings, your job is to figure out which ones will be accepted. In the above example, there are... Cool. Distinct combinations of ratings that will be accepted. Consider only your list of workflows. The list of part ratings that the elves wanted you to sort is no longer relevant. How many distinct combinations of ratings will be accepted by the elves' workflows? Oof, okay. Alright. Interesting. Distinct combinations of ratings. So 1 through 4,000. Which ones will be accepted? This is a combinatorics puzzle. I don't quite fully remember what combinatorics is, but probably. So yeah, we kind of backtrack, right? So I mean, we can just derive a few things from here. Like, we know that all the possible things that have an M larger 2090 will be accepted, for example. Or do we know that? Maybe not. Maybe it would get rejected earlier already. Okay, so just going backwards doesn't work. I mean, we have branching paths for sure. So for example, for the inn, we have 1,350 options that lead down the path that continues at PX. At PX, we then have branching paths again. We have 3 branching paths and just have to carry like our path number here with us and then keep multiplying on our way down the path until we either reach a rejection or an acceptance, right? Is that the most efficient way? Like, I feel like we gotta do it, right? Just gotta see it through. We also have to keep track of like previous choices we made because they might just lead to constraints later on. So we have to remember that if we go down the PX path, that means our S must be smaller than 1,351. That might exclude some options later on. Potentially. Basically a harder day 5. What was day 5? Quite literally the sub-branch of mathematics that deals with how many combinations are there of thing. Okay. Fair. Okay, what was day 5? Okay. Yeah, that one was already difficult. But we figured it out. So, I mean, oh yeah, but this one we didn't figure out in a nice way. This one we figured out in a kind of janky way. In a brute forcey way. Was still fairly efficient. Okay. But we had ideas on how to solve it smarter. Okay. Yeah, I kind of brute forced it. I mean, it wasn't the full brute force, but it also wasn't smart. Like, there were some things that made it slightly more efficient, but like, no, it didn't take 15 minutes. It took a moment. But it was still reasonably fast. Like, I mean, I don't know if I did have a day 5 part 2 already, so we can just see if it's still... It might have run for 15 minutes because I might have been console logging for a while when I shouldn't have. There we go. See, it's pretty much instant. It might have been running for 15 minutes while I was console logging. I think this was the point in time where I learned that console logging makes this highly inefficient. But yeah, despite being brute force, it's like we do some smart things as well. Like, it's not pure brute force, that's what I mean. Like, we're not just like going through all options. I think if I remember correctly, we exclude some pretty quickly by doing some smart stuff. But yeah. It's still not the nicest way of doing this. Okay, but back to day 19. First, let's make a new file. Yeah. Okay, so we can completely ignore our part data. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. Maybe we can reuse something here. I'm not sure. Getting the start index still seems smart. So maybe we just comment out this part here real quick. That wasn't commenting out. It's commenting out. Okay. We don't go through the instructions anymore, through the parts anymore, but we go through the instructions. Alright. I mean, keeping track of the score might kind of make sense. So yeah, if this approach is supposed to make sense, then... Wait, we don't go through the instructions. We don't have to go through the instructions. We have to start at... yeah, okay, our eval instructions has to do the whole job if we kind of want to... Yeah. Okay, so... We start at the first instruction. We know where we start, and we can figure out what our constraints are. For now, I think our constraints are just an empty array of like an array of full of 4 empty arrays. And in these we can, maybe we can even put in 2 more arrays in each of these. I'll explain in a second. So what I think here is that we have just like 1 array for the X, 1 for the M, 1 for the A, and 1 for the S. And we have like 2 things for first one, it's larger than this value. Second one for it's smaller than that value. And that would make sense, right? I think that's good for keeping track of constraints. All right, let's see. We'll see where this leads, if this makes any sense or not. Okay. Let's write the eval instructions then. Okay. Exactly. The eval instructions. Evaluation. Hi, Tiki. Oh, you're drinking my water? No, you didn't. Okay. Just thinking about it. Oops, here. All right. We still want to parse the instruction, right? But not just... Yeah, we still want to go through... one actually. Smaller than... Okay, gonna go through all the instructions and okay. Okay, definitely have to do something with instruction X. Right, or do we have to now? Yeah, now we have to parse instruction X. There. I'll just start simple again. We're doing something like this, and is this gonna work? What is going on here? shouldn't... I didn't put this into my instruction parse. Yeah, I evaluated that already in my yeah, in my original thing. So basically I did should be better. Yeah, okay. Now it's not giving me something weird like this. But instead giving me the location where we need to go next instantly. Okay. Oh yeah, we're not working with the test data, but already with the actual data right now. That's probably not smart. Let's go back to the test data. Okay. There we go. All right. S is smaller than this, and we get QQZ as a backup plan. All right. So we know if we follow the first path that our constraint is that our S is indeed smaller than 1351. So, yeah. All right. Give index. Yep, that's the thing. Actually, we have to do it in... Do we have to do it in here, or does the index... No, the index... I know the index is different for each instruction in the instruction string. Okay. Right. I think so. We have it in our instruction parse. Yeah, there we have the A. Okay, yeah, that's where we need to do it. Give index of... We have probably like to have this in something. Thanks for the warning, but I was safe anyway. Welcome back, Hawker. We have solved part 1. Now we're on part 2, and it's okay-ish so far. I mean, I don't know if this will lead to a solution, but we're doing stuff, which is something. Okay, we're console logging the index. Does this make sense? Yeah, first we get the A, which is 3, then we get the X, which is 0. Wait, that's not the current stuff anymore though, right? So... first we get an S, that is the 3, yeah, that makes sense, okay, and then... yeah, and then we just console log the... do we? I'm confused. That's the instruction, yeah. Where does this 0 come from? I'm confused. Ah, that's a score. Stupid. Okay, maybe we don't want to keep track of that right now. Okay, so that's all we get. Just the S from here. Okay, okay, I have to figure out how to keep track of the constraints in the end, but that's okay. So we're getting the correct index. That's fun. That's good. So we can work with that. So actually, we might need another index. If we just, yeah, why not? Seems okay. So like if, yeah, we have like in the left spot let's think again. If these are supposed to be our constraints, then our instruction says s is larger than 1351. And it kind of depends. We have to do it both. We have to do it, like we have to have two different constraints depending on, yeah, both paths that we can take. So it doesn't really matter. We have to have them both in the end anyway. Okay. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Cornifer threw a cabin at me. Rude. Sorry, need a moment to wrap my head around this again. I mean, we can just follow one path for now and then see about the other path later. So in our constraints, first we need the index A. Then we need the index B, and then we don't always do it, but for now let's do it. We push the current instruction 2. That's the number that is gonna be important. Oh, wait. Shouldn't it be defined? I mean, it's an if-else statement, so one of those two things has to be true, right? Well, I guess. There. All right. Makes sense. S is smaller than 1351. We put that in there, and that is for the S in this part, and it's smaller, so this is the upper bound. Makes sense, I think. Okay. That gives us that, so we're updating our constraints. But we only do that yeah, so if it's 0, then the new thing that might be pushed needs to be larger than what's already in there. Yep. Definitely thinking hardly. Hardly thinking. And then we have to do it pretty much again. If there, that should do it. Hopefully. Huh. No, doesn't, because it isn't smaller because there's nothing in there yet. I mean, I should probably put something in there. So the lowest constraint. Since I'm putting this at the constraint and it says it is smaller than strictly smaller, that means I should go for 4001 here and for -1 here, because 0 and 4000 can still be in there, right? Oh, 1. Okay, so we can start at the... Don't have to use negative numbers. Cool. Okay. Oh, well. Might want to pop first. Unless we can just, instead of pushing, say equals. Oh yeah, that works. Oh no, it doesn't. Not quite as I thought it should, but almost. There we go. That does the trick. Cool. This is also much nicer to read like this. Okay. Updating that constraint. That's nice. Yeah, so now let's just follow this path then. So this is the path when we fulfill the condition, right? Yeah. Yeah, we also have to update the constraints for this here, but that's a different story. So let's just keep going down the path when the first condition is fulfilled. Okay, so what was my next inst? Is that just the current inst 4? Like... I think so. Yeah, or 3 rather. Yeah, okay. And... we're not using the constraints really yet, but that's okay. There's probably something wrong again with our next one, right? Ah, keep playing. Yes, we need to do the next one 0 again. And damn. Ah, okay, I think it was supposed to break at some point. Probably the way we did this, because... Or this is all in the else, then it should technically maybe be fine. So I wonder. Okay, so that is somewhere things are undefined. We're doing a few things before. Ah, okay, because of the A here. Yeah, okay, I didn't consider those cases yet. The accepted case seems to be going okay so far. Like, yeah, we go down the A is smaller than... Smaller than 2006 part. Then we end up in this one and go down the X is smaller than 1416 part. And then it's like the A, so that's the problem. We won't find anything with an A. I think this seems kind of reasonable overall. Like, for example, here we reach an accepted, right? So in these cases, it is accepted, so we can just multiply them, right? So it would be 1415 times 4000 times 2005 times 1350. That should give us, like, for this path, the amount of possible combinations, right? Because that is the path we followed. Yeah, I think this might actually be reasonable. Huh. Ugh, my brain is also getting tired. I don't know how much more I have in me. I kind of know how to continue, but the brain is like, oof, so tired. We've only been doing this for 3 hours. But, okay, let's see if I can make a bit more progress and maybe at least, what are we doing here? This is like, yeah, if it's like, this is when it reaches the last spot, that's one thing we need to consider. But we also have The next one is only a thing if our current inst is not A or R, right? Like our current inst is 3. Okay, if it's accepted, we have to update the score, right? Okay, we're making a mistake when we, since it's smaller than 1416, we shouldn't put in 1416, but we should put in -1. This is like when, although not necessarily -1, could also be +1. Maybe we should just... no, we say it's strictly smaller from the start, right? Yeah, it needs to be strictly smaller than 4001, and no, it needs to be strictly smaller than 1416. Okay, this is fine, this is fine. Don't need to change anything there, that's good. So score is... actually, that doesn't work like that. Gonna be annoying. So we need that +1 times like this, right? No, not times, actually. Second one -1 minus the first one +1. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then we take this whole thing and multiply it with the next ones, which we do the same stuff with. Yeah, that's totally gonna work fine, and I'm not gonna make any mistakes here. Let's see. I trust. Yeah, this is fine. Opal! Nice to see you. Thanks for the uppercut. Should go to space soon as well. Yeah. Same here. What am I doing wrong? Declaration or statement expected? I forget like a bracket or something. Maybe? Nope. Ah, I think I forgot to break it like this. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I mean, let's just leave the R empty for now. Whoops. Alright. Save, and let's just run it and see what happens. Ooh, negative score! How did that happen? Seems like I'm not doing this right. Constraints 0, 1 should be this. -1 minus the first part plus 1, right? Huh. Where does the negative score come from? That's interesting. At least it's not breaking anymore. That's a start. I don't understand though. Like, I mean, I can also console log before we calculate the score here. Maybe not console log this for now. I didn't save. So these should be the final thingies. So I don't quite see where the problem is. What if does this change anything? Nope. That's what I thought. Shouldn't change anything. Did I do something weird to the score at the start? Nope. Almost there. Where does the must be here? Okay. I don't see the problem. Like, this shouldn't change anything, right? Nope, it doesn't. Is it just because the numbers are so large that it just like breaks everything? What if we just remove a bit? That's also a negative number. That's weird. I didn't save. Okay. Same negative number. Still a negative number. God damn it. Why? Nothing makes sense. Like, that should be this -1 minus 0. That's exactly what we have here. Times this minus this, essentially. Where does the negativity come from? I don't understand. Ugh. Ugh. Can someone explain what I'm doing wrong? Well, I guess we can just ignore the small adjustments for now and just see what happens if I... Definitely need these brackets here, otherwise it's gonna do multiplication first, I would assume. I mean, I don't see how this would change anything, but what do I know? Oh, the entries is 0. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe I did something stupid there. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you. That is smart. Yeah, this solved the problem because, yeah, apparently I... Yeah, okay. I think I mixed up the -1 and the +1 then, something like that. Like, yeah, I probably didn't switch the sides around, something like that. Because, yeah, this is the right side, so... Is it? No, it isn't, right? 0, 1 is this, so from this we should subtract 1. And to this we should add 1. I don't think this ever becomes 0. At least not that I'm aware. I mean, it should show here somewhere, right? Very confusing. I'm still not quite there, but that assumption makes sense. I just don't see where and how and when, because, like, as it's displayed down there is exactly the order in which I'm, like, going through it. So, like, this is the one that we subtract from. We subtract one, and then we... Like, I don't see where any of these would get to 0, like, with this subtraction. We're always taking this value first, and then this value first, then this value first, then this and this. So we just subtract from that. We can remove, we can simplify, because this is just like a -2 then. Does this change anything? If so, I'm confusion. This does change something. What? How? This is like, this does not make any sense. This does not make any sense. Like, is my math brain wrong or is something else wrong? But just having a minus here and this in here should just make this basically, if you take it out of there, a -1, right? Which is what I did manually a moment ago, and then it worked. Now I really need an explanation. Why is this not working? Okay. I guess we just do this then. I think JavaScript also needs to sleep. Okay, well, anyway, we're getting a first score here. That's something. We're only following one path, which is definitely not what we want. We probably also need to rather, instead of just manipulating the original constraints here, we probably need to, like, create a separate constraints thing to call inside the function, right? Like a helper constraint thingy or something. Because we need different constraints for the different paths, but overall, I feel like this might be promising. What's the sus thing that happened? Maybe you can figure it out. I'm curious. Like, that's the most important thing right now. This is the sus thing that happened. Doing this calculation here, we can simplify. We can just take this end out to make it not quite so long. It's still going wrong. If I have this, it gives me a negative value for some reason. Like, it doesn't even matter. the main thing is this code right here gives me a different solution than removing these +1s here that are in negative bracketed area, which means it should just be like it was +1 inside the negative bracketed area, should just lead to -2, then like another -1 outside the bracketed area, right? Because minus in front kind of negates what's inside and takes it outside. So this should be the same, but it's not. Like before, this was my result. If I change the code to be like this, this is my result. That's the sus thing that happened. It makes no sense whatsoever, in my opinion. But maybe you know why JavaScript is not parsing the previous one correctly. Did you get confused by my explanation or by this not working? Like... So this was my original code. Let it run. That's my result. Remove this +1 here. All of these +1s. Make these here -2s. Make it prettier. And... But where does the floating point area come, error come from? That... I mean, but yeah, but where would the floating point error come from? Because we're not like the foundations are just like... We're just not getting any negative values to begin with. Like, so where does the negativity come from? It just doesn't compute. Like, nothing here ever gets negative. Like, none of the factors. Anyway, this seems to work. Like, this is a somewhat reasonable result. So there's that. That's okay. So yeah, if rejected, rejected, we just need to break, right? Basically. Like, because then we don't... Do we break? No, not really. Like, we just don't consider those options. That's the point. Okay, so maybe we don't break. Maybe we just do nothing with if the current instruction says reject, or... we probably need to do something when we encounter a rejected thingy, right? Because that means a certain set of things can never be part of our future solutions anymore, because they would get rejected instantly. So we'll definitely change our constraints, right? Okay, that's also important. So while we're running all of this, we're always overwriting our original constraints, which is not ideal. Now again, the struggle on how to create a proper copy of an array. We looked it up before and it didn't quite work in quite a few ways, but okay. Top answer. That was kind of good. By value, whatever. Okay. Did I call it temp constraints? Okay. Whatever. Ugh. Would have just, yeah, done it differently, but whatever. Ugh, I should have done it differently. You know, I can still do it. Yeah, but now we need to fix it up here, because we still want to get the constraints in here, and do this. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's quicker. Okay, let's see if this now... Nope, this did not do what it should have done. Or did it? No, yeah, we have constraints down here, so that should technically not be changed. Why is it changed? Apparently because we're still kind of copying the references to the other arrays. Which is not what we want. Kind of want... damn, this is annoying. Oh, honestly though, I don't even need this... Don't need these arrays in arrays now that I think about it. I just... Yeah. Still need to fix stuff now, but... Mainly this here. And this should still work. Shouldn't it? Maybe that was the problem. Maybe because maybe I was working with arrays there instead of working with the actual numbers. Yeah, maybe that's what caused the issue. I think that might be what caused the issue. I think I figured it out. This is still doing something wrong here, but that's fine. I think I might have actually not used numbers but arrays in which there was a number, but this, yeah, that's what I did. I think I did not save yet. That's why nothing changed. There we go. Okay, that still apparently overrides stuff, but might be getting closer. Oh yeah, because we have still like... Still arrays in there, so... Why is there no nice way to completely... That looks reasonable. That's a nice graphic. Thanks for putting in the effort. No! Why is it... Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Perfect, okay, yep. Cool. So my original array doesn't get modified anymore. Perfect! And we also figured out the bizarreness that happened earlier. Good stuff. Okay. So, what is there left to do in our day 19? We need technically more than one temp constraint here per thingy. Technically we need for each instruction a copy, don't we? I think so. Although no. Like the previous iteration does change the constraints already, right? Yeah, definitely does. There's, I think, 3 things to consider. Let's go to Excalidraw. I kind of need to do something somewhere to get an idea about what's happening here. So basically we have okay. That's already XL. I should probably zoom in some more. Zoom in some. Oh, there. Oh, meh. God damn it! Why is nothing working? Okay. So, what we have in there, like we go in with a certain set of constraints at a certain point. We go in, then in there we have a certain set of instructions. Something like that. Okay, so we have this set of instructions. The instructions are always oops. So we branch in 2 directions. This one is smaller. This one is larger than whatever the constraint is, pretty much. Although that's not really the case. Yeah, if it's smaller, we follow through, so it's not 3 things. Yeah, okay, so that's actually the thing. So we have instruction A, and that either leads to fulfilled. Next instruction with constraints according to instruction. Okay. Then we also have this though, if not fulfilled. That means update constraints already. Negated to the what's called instruction A. Yeah, so there we already have to keep track of that. This is just like calling the function again, so we can just parse the new stuff. This is what we need to keep track on the fly. And yeah, then we have here so just that doesn't work. Okay, whatever. There. And so yeah, here's then instruction B with the updated constraints. And here we have the same thing again. So either it's fulfilled, then that happens with these constraints plus the extra upgrade, or it's not fulfilled, and then we do pretty much the same thing as we did here and go to instruction C. Instruction C. Okay, that is pretty much it. So we always just have to keep track inside the function of one set of temp constraints, but then for calling another function we need to temporarily create a different constraint thingy and just like throw that into the other function and then not worry about it anymore. So that seems doable, right? So we have temp constraints and send constraints. That seems okay. So And we have to do that in every step because we always consider both cases, like either it's fulfilled or not fulfilled. Well, that is one thing we still have to do. Another thing we actually have to do is so this is like, nah, that's ugly. So that is one thing we have to do. But another thing we have to do is actually just let's call it functionality, because right now we're just keeping track of them, but we actually also can exclude some options at some points, I think. So that's another big thing we have to do before it works out. I actually think the ones that I'm calling temp constraints are actually the send constraints, right? Because what I'm doing is if my current instruction says yeah, if it's bigger, then it's 0, exactly. So if the current instruction says you should be bigger, I check, yeah, if it is bigger, I'm updating the bigger constraint to yeah, the according thing. So that actually is the send constraint, because that is if our, yeah, if our constraint is true. So that's what we send to the next function then. So yeah, let's change that to send constraints. And then we also have temp constraints. Temp constraints is pretty much the opposite then. So we don't want to use index b, right? We want to use, if index b is 1, I want to use 0 and the other way around. So let's just make it index c and just define it right here, because I don't know if there's probably some nice logic that we could write, but whatever. This should do the trick. Nice. Okay. There. But it's not just the current instruction, because it says it should be smaller. Yeah, we might have to do more differentiation here, because now it's really important if we have to add something or remove something, right? Depending on if it was a greater or smaller than. Okay. Because let's assume we had, for example, the instruction smaller than 5 was the instruction. That means what we now need is a greater or equal than 4, which would translate to a strict greater or equal than 5, which would translate to a strict greater than 4. So for the smaller instructions we have to add 1, and for the bigger instructions we have to remove 1, I think. Probably, so that is mildly annoying. Well, whatever. You can just like create another if. So maybe we do an else if. So this is if we have an instruction of greater than. So the instruction was it's greater than 5, for example. So in this scenario, we would go for it's smaller or equal than 5, which would mean it's smaller than 6. Okay. Technically, this is the last possible case. So this is if it's a smaller than, smaller than. So if my instruction says it's smaller than 5, for example, then the send constraints actually are smaller than 5, but our temp constraints are greater or equal to 5, so greater than 4. Makes sense. All right, I think this should do it and update our temp constraints accordingly. Now the problem is there a problem? Yes, because we shouldn't work with the send constraints here. Should work with the temp constraints here because that also gets updated with each iteration of the loop, right? But then we still have to update the send constraints with each loop as well. Would we just always do it in the loop? Probably, right? And just stringify it from the temp constraints. That might do the trick. So with each iteration, we get what the current send constraints would be. And then we, of course, before we send them, we have to update them here. This is covering both cases. And then we console log a bunch of stuff, which is fine. If the current instruction is A, I think here we actually have to use the temp constraints though. Right, because here's like while we're in the loop, we have followed the loop to the end, and our instruction is just A, so just like what we have figured out in our loop should be our constraints now. Okay. I think I also haven't covered the case. Yeah, we're just console logging the instruction here. We still have to go to that place as well. Okay, we also have these as a last resort option. Yeah, that's important to consider. That's annoying, but okay. Anyway, is this still running? I wonder. This console log doesn't do us any good anymore like this. Oh, it's running still. That's something. Okay. This is not Octopath Traveler anymore. No. It's rainy day vibes. Alright. It's Stardew Valley! Yay. I've only played 1 year of Stardew Valley in-game time. After that I was like, ugh, I have struggled far too much. Like, trying to get everything out of every single day, which is probably just a stupid approach. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should end it here. I think my brain just needs some rest, and I think we have made some progress here. Like, that's the way to ruin the game. Yeah. It's just stress then, and there's no reason to do it, but I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. I just made it a struggle where it didn't need to be a struggle. Let me consider what we still need to do, and maybe just also mark that in here. Implement this. Seems good enough. I mean, I guess I'll write a bit more in case it takes me a few days to come back to this. Last resort option, kinda. I think I will understand what this is then. I mean, basically what we're doing here is Like, we just send it to this location, right? So basically all we need is get the next one and do this in that location. I think that's all. Probably. The send constraints should also be fine, because that's just where we ended up at. And this is no further, this is not narrowing down anything anymore at that point. So, might be fine like this. I mean, you could also use temp constraints. This is the same at this point, but since we're sending, let's use the send constraints. Nah, god damn it. I know why. Okay, I still have to do the if then else, of course. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. If it's like, let's, I always say I want to end it and then I'm like, but this is not that much. Now it should run, I think. No, it doesn't. God damn it. Why? I still wonder always when I write something like this if I'm writing it correctly or not. So let's go for the long way. Nope, still not working. Let's console log again. I mean, all the console logging it does is like not those end locations anyway. Oh, I think this is, by the way, is this even an else or is this just another if? Oh, no, this is... Oh, no. Okay, I think I need to not only do this else, but actually... Because at this point I'm either sending it or updating here, but I kind of need to do both, I think. Like, that's a different problem right now, but I think that's actually... Yeah, like we only sent the constraints. Ah, okay, but there's even more. Oh no, this is fine. Yeah, this is just updating the send constraints. We still have to send them later, but yeah, this updating only happens if it's actually smaller, and we might have to check that here as well, now that I think about it. Yeah, probably, otherwise you might override it with a smaller constraint. Okay. Just to be safe. God, I have to wrap my head around this again now. I think it has to be reversed, but... definitely have to go for index C. Now... this means we had a greater than, right? Yeah. So it was something is greater than 5, and we want to update that. Xelomilo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Am I an indie dev full-time? Ooh, I wish. I'm not an indie dev at all. I'm just like doing a little coding challenge here called the AdventOfCode, and I mean, maybe at some point I'll dev something fun on my own, but for now I'm just trying to solve these challenges. It's called the AdventOfCode. If you want to participate yourself, this is what it looks like. So it's just little challenges, but no, I'm not an indie dev at all, really. I'm learning some web dev stuff right now, mainly in a web dev course. So probably I'm gonna be a web developer. Also not full time, but I'm gonna make my earn my living based on it, ideally. Hopefully not in a full-time job though, because then I still I want to have time to do some dev stuff and also some other fun stuff in my free time. So don't want to go for a full-time job, really. No, I'm not. I'm maybe one day. I mean, I would like to. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm pretty sure that I will make a game at some point. But yeah, right now we're just like doing a little coding challenge here. So, where was I right now? Are you also developing stuff? If so, what are you working on? I'm curious. Oh yeah, I wanted to wrap my head around this real quick. Our instruction was something is, for example, bigger than 5. So if that's not the case, it's smaller or equal to 5. So yeah, smaller or equal to 5. So smaller than 6. Exactly. Smaller than 6 would mean we update this if that is indeed smaller than the one that we already have. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Cool, did it right. Intuitively correct. I'll just make this an else if down there as well. It's 1 and the current instruction -1 is bigger than same thing. That seems plausible. Okay, that should at least now correctly update our temp constraints. It's still running and calculating things. That's cool. I still don't know why this stuff
The billionth digit of pi is 9.
Why are you still here? I don't know.
You're doing great!
Thank you. We know the bazillion.
Space, comets, stars, galaxies, Ryan.
Ow, I didn't expect that. Space. Thanks for hanging out, Korenchkin. Thanks for the final uppercut, and get some good rest. You're a web dev. Oh, cool. Yeah. What are you doing? Front end, back end, both, all of it? It's time. Yeah, for me as well. It's 4 AM almost, so I think I should end it here. I mean, I've kind of at least figured one part out again, that still was not completely right. I don't think it will affect this part here, but well, let's see. Maybe it did. I don't think so. Nah, still not working. Something is wrong there. Whoops. There. Okay, so rather than that, we just write figure this out. All right. Both. I see. You can do this, I believe too, but not today probably. Last exercise sessions for this semester of teaching tomorrow at least. But that means I have to get up at a reasonable time once more. Oh no. And it's already an unreasonable time to go to bed. But thanks so much for hanging out, Korenchkin. This was fun. And yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here as well. This as well has been fun, but also I think brain and body need rest. Why is this part not working though? I would like to figure that out. I mean, we can do this, right? Like we could track and like console log this at least instead of going into the eval, because at some point this must go wrong, right? Maybe we do it in one go. Let's see. Something is wrong with my next one because it's not giving me what it should give me. Why is that not working? It's working down here, right? Is my instruction exit somewhat stupid thing, or I don't know. Is it because I'm using the instruction thing a bit too frequently here? Maybe. Yeah, definitely. That might work now. Yes, alright, there we go. It was just like, don't always use the same names for your variables. God damn it. Well then. Well. Seems to work now. That's good. Yay, it's not crashing anymore. I love it. Okay. Not too shabby. Well, we're getting large numbers already. So figuring out has been accomplished. We're still not really utilizing the constraints. I mean, we might not need to, technically. Is this the correct solution? I wonder if we've done everything by accident. Nah, not quite. What's the difference? Hard to say, just by looking at it. We could, like... Okay. In the same general area, not too shabby. We're getting close. I wonder what I have not done yet. Either I have not done something, or the calculation is struggling. I'm not entirely sure. There's something I haven't done. Of course I haven't. Yeah, I know what I haven't done. I've just like thrown away these A and R instructions, but I should not do that. So... Okay. That should be it, right? Let's see. Ah, now it's too high. God damn it. Oh well. I think I'll just try to reverse this to what I had before, just to see if it still changes something. But I hope that my previous fix actually fixed the problem. Please give the same result. Yes, okay, now it's working. Okay, okay, makes sense. Good. That we don't get the right result, not good. But alright. I might have to create like a simpler example. Just to see where something wrong gets introduced. Okay. Only logging the score. Let's keep the next one consistent. This is how I did it higher up, I think. That didn't change anything, that's nice. Ah, here, change the constraints. Yeah, that should still be done. That I have not done. Okay, so if we find one that is rejecting, then we don't send it anywhere, because if that would qualify, we would just reject. So there we still have to update our temp constraints though. Should just pay attention to what I wrote earlier. Sometimes then things might be helpful. Oh, sorry, didn't read the last part. I still find first session is at 1 PM, but yeah, off to space. Good night, see you around. Bye bye. Sleep well. Okay, changing of the constraints. do get the index B and index C and all that good stuff. Aren't we updating it already here? Like here we change the temp constraints, right? Like always. Just for the cases that we don't follow, right? This is what we send, and this is what we do otherwise. Like, not otherwise, but also, like, for the opposite branch, pretty much. And that gets done regardless of what the current instruction 3 is, right? Like we don't even, yeah, then we just keep the this might be wrong because we're not, like, if the current instruction is 3, is A, that's the instruction that we follow. So it's basically like sending, right? Not the current ones. So I think we should use send constraints here. I mean, that makes sense, right? That's our destination, pretty much. Oh yeah, and down here... I know the temp ones have been changed already, so that's fine. Here we don't do anything. Probably. Yeah, if it's neither A nor R, then we send it away. But yeah, this is pretty much the same as sending. So I think we need to change this all to send again. I think I changed it to temp at one point, but whatever. I know there's easier ways of doing this. Let's actually do it for once. Wait, that's wrong. There. Bam. Okay. Correct solution? Ooh, that's close. Is that correct? Please be correct. That would be so cool. Ooh. No, but it's so close. So close. Can't be that much wrong with it. Right? That is pretty close, considering how large the number is. Okay, we're getting closer, I still had some thoughts anyway. I think I had some anyway. We're so close, but it's going to be such a pain to figure out what's going on and why it's going wrong. So, by such a small margin. I think because the constraints have been changed higher up already. Like the current instruction doesn't really matter for us. We have we're basically setting up the send constraints here already, which we might not even use later on. We're just sending them here if we haven't been here. That makes sense. Wonder if something here is wrong after all, but I don't think so. The final... Never checked the constraints while being on the go with them. Don't know if it's technically possible that we have overlap. There might be. So maybe we... How many places do we change the score? I think just in those two spots, right? Here and here. So we maybe have to do a check first. If everything is like, what's the current problem? We are slightly too small. That would possibly be explained if we were getting overlap in some few places. Okay, let's see. Maybe. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now we do that 4 times. Ow, goddammit. Oh, oh. Maybe do it 4 times, but one at a time. Okay, only then we calculate the score here. And same thing down there. Does this change anything? Nope. We don't have overlap apparently. And something else must be wrong, which is quite annoying. Damn. It's so close to the correct solution. For some reason it's not quite there. Maybe I shouldn't use the temp constraints here, because that's not gonna be the right thing in any case. Whoop. Maybe now. Maybe there was some overlap. Who knows? Nope, still the same. Alright, alright. Okay. I might just next time create some really simple test data to see why it's going wrong. Where exactly it's going wrong, because this is hard to evaluate. Do I have my original data? Yeah, I have, I think. Like, I didn't. This is not the modified one. Good. That would have been stupid if there was just something extra in here from my testing earlier. Huh. I wonder, an off by 1 error could certainly explain this, but I don't see where. Oh, why do I still do it like this here? I mean, that's not important, but still, just keep it consistent. Obviously still the same. I don't know. I might have to just like first delete all this just because. And yeah, I might have to look at this again next time. See if I can figure out wherever that mistake is. I mean, I'm glad it's running at least. It's something. Can I make the input data super simple, super quickly? Probably. So otherwise it goes to either going to px or it's accepted, and then px. This should be fairly simple. It's much bigger, but that doesn't mean much. So basically what should happen here is now to just do the super simple thing. I mean, this should just give me... Yeah, I think something is probably already wrong there. Because technically this should just be... It's 4,000 options, right? Should just be all options, probably. Can you write it properly? Don't wanna do this myself. I guess you can't. Well, we basically there, and then we just add 3 zeros and we're good. So that's what we should have. But what we do have is this, which I assume is pretty close. So yeah, that's good actually. So even if we just have a very simple starting thing, we get something is off there. So even if it's just like everything contained in this one instruction, we're doing something wrong, which is interesting. So what is happening here? What if we just put in A? Even then. Okay, well that's interesting. But it gets higher. Okay, so apparently there's just something is off. I see the problem. I think, because I'm taking this So it's like we have 4,000 options. But I'm removing, like, if I just subtract, I'm subtracting 2 here already. But I should just subtract 1. Because it's not the difference, it's the difference plus 1. Because it's from 1 through 4,000, the 1 itself counts as well. Okay, that is probably good to know. It's definitely good to know. That changes hopefully enough. We'll see. Yay! That's already a good start. What about this? Yay! It's still correct. Okay. What is this? Let's just copy the input data again. Maybe we got it. I mean, at least for the sample data. It's not gonna work maybe for the full data, but even if it's a start. If this is working for this, I'm gonna be happy. It looks correct! Yay! I figured out the problem. And that while I was so ready to already stop streaming. That's not bad. I like it. This looks correct. I'm pretty sure this is the correct one. But let's double check. Nice. Off by 1 as expected. Just needed to completely figure out why and where and when. But yeah, there we go. That is really neat. I like it. Let's actually try the official puzzle data. I don't know if this is gonna be too much. We'll see. It's copied. And hi, Redaside. Welcome. That's ooh, okay. Now I see. Dipping away. Good point. Let's sip. How are you? Nice to see you. That's a weird shaped bottle. People keep saying that. It's a, I don't know if Europe or just Germany shaped bottle, but it's definitely a Germany shaped bottle, yeah. So, I like it. I mean, it's a decent amount and it's comfy to hold. It's not too much, so it doesn't get super stale super quickly. It's still a decent, good amount. Okay, I think we might actually have something here. I wonder. Let's copy our puzzle input in here and see if it works. I really hope it does. It did compute something. I like that, and it computed it very quickly as well. So I'll take that. And I'm just gonna assume it's correct. That's the right answer! Yay! The computer computed! I didn't think I would finish this today. But I did finish it today. Ugh, day 19. Check. It's completed. Okay, before we just celebrate, let's not forget this. Ta-da! Now it's officially done. The computer computed correctly as well. Not too shabby. I like it. This just worked out. Grim, nice
It's
to
that
see you.
time again. Too much Fortnite again tonight, but I've been lurking.
Aw, thank you so much for the sub, Grim. I appreciate it. Also, I saw, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, that we were playing Fortnite and it said 1 remaining. Like it shows that on Discord. I was almost about to ask you afterwards if you won or not. But you had been playing that match for like at least 30 minutes already, maybe close to 40. I was close to just sending you a message and being like, did you win? Did you win? Hope you had some good games. Thank you so much for the sub. Are you building anything in JavaScript? Like, you mean if I, in general, only use JavaScript? For now, yes, but not in general. Like, I'm not like... I mean, I kind of like the idea to just really code everything and anything in JavaScript, just because like I've been playing crosscode, which like pretty much was done in JavaScript completely, which is neat. So it's kind of amazing that you can do so much with it. But for now, for me, mainly the reason to do stuff in JavaScript is just because I'm learning some web dev stuff right now. So I think it just makes sense for me to just use JavaScript as much as possible to get comfy with it. Although in the web dev course we're using TypeScript, but honestly, if I'm just coding on my own, just JavaScript is good enough because I kind of... I mean, I do make mistakes and maybe TypeScript would in some cases prevent me from making those mistakes or make me realize them quicker. But I think that would be rare occasions, actually. So, yeah, for now, I'm just going for pure JavaScript here. Been doing JavaScript forever? Nice. Nice, nice. What are you doing with it? Also, I wanted to give a shout out to Grim. Everyone, please follow Grim. Grim is awesome. Oop, there we go. Sometimes that's the stream thingy ate something, I think. Restream thingy. Sometimes that's festival or a custom I'm playing. Okay, but yeah, I'm kind of blown away because I've never hit 100 crown wins in a season before, and I've done it with nearly half this season left to play. Ooh, nice. GG on that. 1 remaining usually means I'm playing a custom on my own. Ah, I see, I see. So, I understand. So 1 remaining. I was wondering if one... I just assumed that 1 remaining would mean 1 other than you remaining. But yeah, okay, that also makes sense. I've been doing JavaScript forever, mostly TypeScript now. I'm a full stack dev. I use all sorts of languages and things. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm mainly learning front-end stuff right now in the course, although we do start with some server programming tomorrow, actually, I think. Hi again, are you winning? I won! I won, and I'm kind of surprised by it. I didn't think I would complete day 19 part 2 today. I was already putting in comments to like help my future self figure out what I was doing here. But I was always like, okay, this is not such a huge thing that I have to add here, so I added it, and then I was like, but what is this tiny mistake? We're so close to the correct solution. And I ultimately figured out where the off by 1 error was, and after I fixed that, it just worked, and just got the yeah, exactly. That's the correct answer. I have to up my dad joke game. I'm old enough for that. Yeah, no, that's super cool. I'm honestly not sure in which field I want to work later on, if I want to rather focus on the front end or the back end. Like, if I were to consider what I personally find most interesting, it would certainly be the back end challenges, I'm pretty sure. But at the same time, I'm not entirely sure yet if the back-end challenges are something that I want to do on a daily basis. at the same time, the front-end challenges might get a bit bland after a while, so maybe it would be more interesting to just go into the back-end, because I still feel like the back-end might be a bit more interesting and puzzly at times, but it's still not gonna be that difficult compared to, like, this, probably. Yeah. Discord can't tell the difference between a match I'm playing or a custom, and it can't tell what's going on at all with console players. I see. But yeah, congrats on getting the 100 crown wins. That's awesome. GG on that. Pretty epic. How are you, Joe? How has your lurky evening been? We're about to end it here, I think. But yeah, this was successful. Day 19 completely taken care of. My manager teaches front-end dev in the evenings. We ended up hiring one of his students. Nice. You gotta try everything and see what you like. You never know. Exactly. Yeah. I'm also like, after the course is done, I'm not gonna be looking for the final job that I ever am gonna take. It's just gonna be, okay, this sounds interesting. Sure, let's try it. Let's give it a shot. Let's do it for a while. And in the worst case, I'll have figured out I like it or I don't like it. I'll have figured out how it is to work in whatever company that is. I might get the chance to switch tasks inside the company. There's many possibilities that might happen. So yeah, I'm just gonna take a job that sounds somewhat interesting after I'm done with the course and just see how it goes and just take it from there. I think I'm gonna find something nice. Just needs to be the right balance between interesting enough but not breaking my brain and putting me under severe stress because I feel like I can't figure it out. I trust in my abilities in general. Like, I mean, I also have big imposter syndrome frequently, but I think at this point in my life, my rational mind has overtaken and can control that imposter syndrome me inside. So yeah, exactly. It's boring if it's too easy. That's true. Although I've been doing a super easy and boring job for the longest time, and at the same time it was in a way nice because whenever the day was over, it was over. I had nothing to think about. It was just like, I go there, I do my job, ideally in less time than they think I would need to do the job. So I have extra free time, and I just basically do chores and get paid for it, which is technically boring, but if the amount of work is little enough and the pay is good enough and you get it done quicker than they would expect, so you have more free time, it can be decent. But at the same time, yeah, I would like to have this like puzzly challenge that I feel intrigued to solve, and it's not just a chore, but it's actually fun to figure out. That would be the ideal case for sure. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But the story about your manager teaching people and then hiring one of the students, that's also super cool. I mean, it also makes sense if you teach someone for some duration, you will get to know them and will, yeah, see what their potential is and their strengths, etc., and their motivation and their social fit and all of those things. So it makes a lot of sense if you, yeah, work with someone for a while in this teacher-student relationship. You might as well want to hire the student. They show the potential. My work code is boring, so I code fun stuff in my spare time. Yeah, that's also a thing. That's why I say, like, if I can find something that is boring, but I can do efficiently, that would lead to me having more time to do the fun stuff in my spare time. And that's also the nice thing. Like, hey, I don't mind doing super, super, super difficult and potentially frustrating stuff, as long as I do it on my own time and without any external pressure on top. because I create enough pressure for myself to be like, I want to solve this. But if then there's the external pressure that's telling me, you need to solve this or you're a failure, then that's no fun anymore. Then my imposter syndrome, I think, would kick in if I were, in a situation where I get a task and I, for the life of me, can't figure it out, and I would just wreck my brain over it and feel so pressured, and it wouldn't make me feel good. I mean, sometimes it can happen, and especially if you start out in a company, there will be situations where you need to ask for help on solving an issue. But yeah, if I had the feeling they expect me to get this done and at the same time feel like I can't get it done, that's when it starts sucking. But yeah, I think also chores. I'm becoming less hide in the box and lurk mood, which is probably a good thing. All right, yeah. Exactly, yeah. I also learned that. Like in the web dev course I'm doing, they also teach us about what people expect from us and what they don't expect from us. So that's also super helpful, just to understand that when you start out in a job and you're a junior, you're not expected to know everything. You're expected to learn, and you're expected to ask when, research on your own doesn't yield the results. So just, it's about finding the right balance of trying to figure stuff out on your own, but also asking for help. And I like the prospects. I'm optimistic. But yeah, GG on doing chores, Joe. That's good. That's nice. And I'm also sorry that now that you're becoming less hide in the box and lurk mood, I'm gonna end the stream, because I think I'm gonna end the stream now. I'm getting a bit tired. It's almost 5 a.m. and in a bit more than 4 hours my web dev course starts again. I did sleep earlier in the evening though, so I should be fine, but maybe 3 hours of sleep would be nice. So I think I'm gonna feed the cats now, then try to get my 3 hours of sleep, and then learn some server-side stuff tomorrow in the web dev course. Go sleep, I shall. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thanks for coming in, Redicide. Thanks for coming in, Joe. Thanks for coming in, Grim. Thank you so much again for the resub. Super, super kind of you. Sleep good. I approve of that. Yeah, sleep good. Before sleep, I will also feed the cats. And I want sleep, but never at the time when I should actually go to bed. SMH me. That is very relatable, yeah. I don't know. My sleep schedule is really completely cat now. My sleep schedule is cat. I'm just taking cat naps whenever I feel like it, spontaneously. If it works out, it's okay. Today it worked out okay in the evening at least. I did some things after the web dev course and then crashed on the couch and slept for 4 or 5 hours. That's a very decent cat nap. And now I have 3 more hours, which will give me a good 8 hours of sleep in total. It's fractured, but it works for me, I think. So, thanks for the confetti. Thanks again for hanging out, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of your time zone. I appreciate the company as usual. And we're gonna rate someone. Let me see who that shall be. Yawns. Ooh, Kid is streaming. And no one told me. Kid is doing more art. Of course we're gonna rate Kid. Also, Kid has a fancy hat. Have I seen that before? I don't remember. Anyway, let's rate over there. Kid is awesome. My co-op partner in crime, doing art right now. probably has song requests open, so request some songs if you feel like doing so. Or just do some co-working with Kit. Hat. I like hats. Yay! Hat hype. You can also do some hat edit of the raid message. Let me see. Maybe I can figure something out real quick. There we go. Love us, feed us, love the head raid. That's the new raid message. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. This was fun. This was very successful. I'm gonna quickly glance at day 20 because I'm somewhat curious. Okay. Pulses. Pulses, broadcasters. High-low inverters. This looks interesting. Day 20 is very difficult, Shrug said. I'm excited. Looks very intriguing. Anyway, the raid is happening. I might be trying to stream tomorrow. I will be trying. I might be doing it. We'll see, but see you all maybe tomorrow, maybe a day after or so. But bye-bye for now.